Suno, thank you for the 390 years resub of a tier 3. Jesus! Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love, man. Alright, let's do this song again. Whoop! moving. Whoa! Oh my god. I'm back. Yo, 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 people. Oh my god. Okay, I got my coffee. We're good. Anyway, good morning, evening, afternoon, people. What is up? What is up? How you guys doing, chat? What y'all doing? We back. We back. Go away. Ah. Wait, hold up. What day is it today? Oh. We chillin'. How's your day today? I'm chillin' as well. Thank you for asking. Chillin'. I'm chillin'. Oh my god. It's a good day. It's a good day. And I hope you guys had a good one as well. Just went out for VR, was showing Jig some worlds. Ooh, what kind of worlds? What kind of worlds here we're talking about, eh? Kind of want to discover some new, like, some cool ass, some cool fucking. I really want to discover some more udon stuff. Because those are the one that kind of fascinates me the most sometimes. I need to. Mainly chill ones, and one I want to take you to someday. Ooh. What is that? What is that? Do you know some like cool udon map? Like not it's like I remember one of the udon map that I got into was oh my god, what it was. It's like the jetpack on your hand. It's like an Iron Man thingy. I forget what it's called. I'm pretty sure you know it. I'm pretty sure you played there once. It's like you can shoot. You can fly like Iron Man, where you can shoot like a jet propeller through your palm. It's pretty cool. I forgot what it's called. There's another one that's quite popular at the moment, but it needs some more time. Why is it a udon or is it like just some chill map? Oh shit! I forgot about Leo. There's arms, which is pretty fun. Arms? Biking? Okay, wait. How do you bike in VR? chat. Huh? That's interesting. Biking, huh? Never thought of that. Hmm. Right. Great desire. Even though I know I'm supposed to know, I don't know I can. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage. Oh, motorcycling. You get like a bionic arms and can Hulk style move around the city. Oh shit. Hulk style. Interesting. I should try that. I've tried the Spider-Man one. It didn't work that well. The Spider-Man one was kinda eh, I'm gonna be honest. Unfortunately. What do you want? I suppose I shall. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, never be. Despite all my rage, rat in a cage. Let's bring back this to the menu. Whoa! Sketch. North Star innocently smugging its sovereign with the hands at her back. Sovereign acting confused. Huh? Oh, the fucking Hun showdown. Is North Star also another character in Hun? Cage. Just a rat in a cage. They're the same. Oh, the other character. Okay. I know what you mean. I see. Hot chocolate. Boom. Oh shit, tool. I didn't even put this. Okay. Where's my fucking tablet? Hi, you must have been. Hi, you must have been. What the hell? Oh, okay, wrong size. Must have been so high. High. It must have been so high. Must have been. Okay. Okay, let's not listen to this one. I'm gonna pick up my guitar if I'm gonna keep listening to that. Let me see. Oh! Ronaldinho success! Who is Corey? Oh! Thank you for our follow. Appreciate it. What's up? How you doing? No, Cock, you just got back home. I had a fun night ride. Got a shower first, bro. Okay. Good. Yeah. Good luck. Shower. Wait. What? Shower. Good. Wait. No, I don't think you just say good luck to shower. All right. Never mind. Never mind. Hello there, fellow artists here, trying to get motivation for my commissions. Ooh, good luck, man. You got this. I believe. I believe. You got this. Take it easy, though, and don't forget to have fun. It's the most important part of drawing. Thanks, bro. I won't slip. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, do you say good luck on someone showering? Why did I say good luck? Good luck either way. Matter, matter, and empower. I can go with the flow. You believe it in your head. So say to say around. Little soldiers in a round. Crying and something sweet to blow away. I want something good to die for. I just have to do the last. I'm tired. Take a race, man. Take a race. You got this. You got this. Aftershave, of course. How could you know? Monga Giga. You see the CCTV in the corner of your shower room? The bathroom? No? Yeah, that's right. You believe it in your head. You believe it in your head. You believe it in your head. Ah, 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 ah. Okay, it's not work. Ah, 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 ah. To on that shampoo bottle. Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, woman. I love this song. Woman, you know you're woman. You gotta be woman. You got a feeling of love when you're talking to me. See right through me. I got the feeling of love. She's a woman, you know what I mean. You listen to me. You gotta set you free. Oh my god, this song. So fun to play. She's a woman, you're what I mean. Listen to me. Set you free. Another shower head. Okay, Jack. Calm down. How did you create your little VTuber? It's so cute. It's very basic in terms of like to even be called a VTuber thingy. It's literally just like layer of animations that is activated via uh voice. Like it's literally two different animation with both of them drawing, and one of them staying still, and the other one talking while I'm talking. And I just trigger the talking one whenever I talk. That's all. So it's like, yeah, it's literally just a voice activated GIF. Listen to me. Bidi 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 bidi. Woman, you know a woman. Gotta be a woman. Got a feeling of love. Bidi 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 bidi. Too grungy. Okay, this playlist is a whole ass grungy set. The table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasy. Sink into the wasteland, burn and breathe. Sing for a night, I'll show you the three. Welcome to the playground. What would it be? Your nightmares and fantasy. Break into the wasteland underneath. For a night I'll show you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me till nightmares and fantasy. Tell me a nightmare. Sing for a night, I'll show you a dream. Oh my god, this song's so good. Yo, what's up? Mary, how you doing? You check our channel? Yeah. Oh my god. Booba. Jesus. What? We want raddtrap booba sub emote? Oh my god. Booba. The sketch for a mobile program, it's actually pretty good. I could actually capture the essence. Oh my god. I can actually see that being a Leo. Accurate. Good stuff. Thank you.
Fuck you.
What's up, No? How you doing? Still in the call. Jesus Christ. Actually addicted, aware. Get some rest, goddammit. You slept 2-3 hours? Okay, that's not sleep. That's a nap. God damn it. That's not sleeping. That's enough till tomorrow. No, it's not. Holy shit. That is not enough at all. Ole. What's up though? How you guys doing? Once in, Mary and no. What's up? What's up? Get more sleep. Oh my god, man. It's not enough for a human to function. Unless by function you mean fucking barely awake. It's fine. No, it's not. Maybe it's fine for now. Eventually you're gonna fucking break down, man. Remember, human body, 6-7 hours. Important. I was up till 5 a.m. today because of hockey and then just slept for 4 hours so I can relate. Oh my god. Once in a while, sure, I understand. Every fucking day, that's broken, dude. I drink coffee twice a day, I feel different. Whoa! Onsen? Drinks coffee instead of tea? Huh? Interesting. I'm glad you have come to the dark side, Onsen. I'm glad. Welcome. Welcome indeed.
And it tastes like a low quality tea smile.
Okay, fuck you. Fuck off. No, it's not. The dark side. Like Star Wars, so it was a Star Wars reference. Come to the dark side. The fuck is this song? Who's not casual 62 hours in voice chat just to grind games? Oh my god. It happened every second though for the last 2 weeks now. Oh my god. You guys should take care, man. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Don't get sick now. Don't get sick. Bum 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 bum. Mm -mm, mm -mm. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Oh my god, no wonder. Borpaspin. Come? Huh? It's a very interesting song. I'm drawing myself. Okay, that's a good one. Ooh. Just start spinning in your room. Like like Borpa spin. Just try to dry yourself instead of using a towel. So dumb. Oh my god. Sorry. Can you wait a while for me? Trying to get me, don't think I'm saying so praise me. No wonder will you take me far. I don't need your pity company. I don't think that should take me. No one to entertain me, boy. Don't wanna entertain me, boy. Lior pa spin? Okay, I don't know. So dumb. I guess I can make that. Oh no. That'd be hilarious. Company. No, 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 no. Bang. What's up, Dave? How you doing? My friend. What's up, Gara? How you doing? I. Oh, my fucking back. God, my back still hurts. My butt hurts. Need to exercise more. Have you done your placement on Valorant? Nope. Not yet. I think I need like 3 more wins. I only played like 2 games since I played 3 games. One was the Pearl new map, and then the rest is just ranked. The other 2 is ranked. My game's hanging a lot right now? Oh no. Why? Like blue screen? Or the game just crashed? I played 3 comps, lost all 3. No! Unlucky, man, unlucky. You'll get them next time. Don't worry. We'll get them next time. Legit just hangs? Okay, that's weird. I lost my first one because 2 of my teammates were legit throwing. RKO never went with us. So relatable. I rarely play Valorant with randoms because I always got invited by my friends to play like full 5 men. So it's been a while since the last time I get to play with randos. I get controllers that never smokes. That's good. Smoke skills. Get it? Cause smoking. So funny. Oh my god, I'm so funny. That means you guys need me. Omen that always smokes. Okay, stop with the pace. Shut the fuck up, chat. Oh my god. Come. But smoking kills pain. Oh my fucking god.
Raw trap.
Roared. Oh my god. Why do you make me spell that out? What's up, Saints? How you doing? I got 2 saunas on Holocure. Oh shit, bruh. Congrats, congrats. I actually haven't played it again. It's been a while. Your brain smokes, you should not be too hard on your i3. Okay then. Good one! Okay, what is this song? Hold on. Shit. Why do I need to go to the toilet? Ah! I got a people poo poo. Hey yo, pee pee poo poo check. Pee pee poo poo poo. Woo. Oh, water. Thank you, Corey. I actually need that. Oof. Fucking love water. Drink up, chat. Drink up. Hydration check. Chat, did you guys get any games from Steam Summer Sale? Or are you guys chilling? Any recommendation of what games that I should get while it's still on Steam Sale? That I haven't owned or play yet? I love your mom too. Okay, god damn it, Winston. God damn it. We got damn time. Yeah, this one's slave. Oh, this song's fucking rocks. Bought Muse Dash, good choice. Actually, good game. Got one in the anime section. I think I know. Can you link me the name later? Thank you, Onsen. I'm saving money. It'll happen again next year or this Christmas. This year Christmas. Ah, Gotcha. Want to get a VN, but I don't know if it's worth it. Ooh, what kind of VN? Hades! Yes, sir. Hades have one of the best game soundtracks out there. Darren Korb is fucking amazing. I need to do a cover of one of his songs. The one that goes hard. I forgot. I could do that. By the way, if you guys haven't bought the Metro bundle, like you never played Metro before, it's on like 75% sale or something. It's really, really good. And it's really, really cheap right now. You don't want to miss it, honestly. One of the most iconic. I love your mom too. How would you color the mouth in Borpa in its Leo? If it's Leo? Wait, Borpa opened his mouth? I forgot. I don't. Wait, what? Borpa. Borpa doesn't. Oh, you mean the lips? That's a good question. Oh, you can just refer to what the fuck. Oh, I just color it pink as well. It's like almost skin color. It's almost peach. Yeah. It's like somewhere around here. But yeah. It works out. Technically, he is white with blue stripes, true. I noticed there's two of these. Oh! Oh shit. Thank you, Nell. I didn't know that. That's actually an issue here and there. I forgot to remove it from BTTV. Thank you. Alright, the BTT one got removed. Actually, keep it for BTTV users. Oh, I already deleted it. Eh! It's a raddtrap channel exclusive. I'm missing it, cosmonaut. This word really better days. Oh yeah. 3, 2, 1. I thought I'd sleep where the dogs go, the places the drunks roam, right down by the lifeboats. I've said it before, my friend, I swear I'm not like those. I got the days, man. I got my days, man. Pass me by on the daily. Well, how do you see me? A drunk or the deadbeat? You don't know the half of it. My life is amazing. I got my days though. I got my days though. ¿Cómo te va? 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 Oh, such a good song. It's a good song. I really have to sing along. Really good song. Wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, oh yeah. You're asleep with the dogs going. Before my friend, I said I'm not like those. I got my days, man. I got my days, man. I don't know the dead bitch, you don't know how it's amazing. You're so wrong. You're so wrong. ¿Cómo te va? 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 Oh, Jesus. ¿Cómo te va? 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 Oh, this is another banger. Fucking hell, I still have the OG image from the Luna meme I posted. Thank God nobody checks my phone. Alright, man. There are two of them in the chat. Luna Sim. What is that sweet? Oh, shit. That's a good one. Okay, you guys are so dumb. You guys are so dumb. You guys are so dumb. You guys are so dumb, Chad. Although I really do like Luna's design. Really, it's really cool design. God, it's such a banger. If AC Black Flag have this soundtrack, I would have played it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Red Fox! Oh shit. Oh, thank you, Onsen. I didn't see. Appreciate it. To grow myself, my only friends, got myself a brand new start. Oh no, I screw it up again. Guess I'm staying up all night. In my mind, but out of sight. I'm to blame for this. I hide away till the day is through. I will pay for this, but find a way to push the blame on you. I won't run from this. Hide away until the day is through. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Dish, fuck, it's a good song. Right, what was that song? Sajam failed me. La Chateau Magique. Here, let's just do this. Song. Also, playlist. Oh, I should probably make that as a command. I have my playlist linked in the panel in the About Me section. You'll see the links just called Rat's Spotify. Rat's Daily Beats. Hold up, let me turn that into a command. No. What's the quick command for adding a command again? Was it CMD? Exclamation CMD? Add. Add. Fucking playlist and my link. Sorry. Okay, it doesn't work. I guess it's not add. Oh, let me just add it immediately. Playlists. Wait, command name already exists? Wait, I already have it. Oh. Wait, why didn't it work when Nell typed it? Huh? Wait, Is it admin only? The fuck? Playlist. No, it's everyone. Oh, because of the emote. Motherfucker. Oh, the two users broken. Like a dumbass. It works with exclamation Spotify as well. Are you kidding me? Wait, did... Hmm? Is two user doesn't work anymore? Controller. Huh? Did Nightbot reset themselves? Oh, it's different. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Fitta helvete. Sorry. Hold up. All right, type in exclamation playlist again. See if it works. Should work. Nice. Thank you. Of time, I'm to blame for this. Not aware. Day it's true. Oh my god, it's almost 2 hours and I haven't finished my line art. Oh. Not away to build. Day it's true. Not out of time. I'm to blame for this. To do the day it's true. Not a way to choose the day on you. Not a way to blame the day it's true. Bum bum bum. It's so simple. It's as easy as it can be. Me. Wait, is Gar still here? Gara! Oh, probably doesn't have a. Right. Can I try? Yeah, he chillin', he chillin'. Oh my god, my fucking leg. Ah, shibata. What is this? This sounds like Persona stuff. Is this Persona? Very jazzy. Good luck. No, it's okay, it's okay. I was just asking him if he sees my message. This film's familiar, but I don't know where's this from. Or rather, I forgot, I guess. Short-term memory loss. Valhalla! Oh shit, thank you. No wonder it seems familiar. Oh, it's such a good game. Rat. What's this? What the fuck? What is this? Raccoon is so wet. Taking a shower. Taking a shower. Jix! Why are you still awake? Oh my god, you're so fucking strong. How are you still awake? I have no idea. I just took a shower and I am rejuvenated. I thought if I took a shower, like especially after a long day, I would get even, well, not sleepy, but it's not like you're so fresh, you feel so fresh, but because your body's so tired, you just go to sleep. Very feels very nice. It feels very good. So if anything, if I took a shower after a tiring day, I would just like sleep better. If anything. Hello, what's up, Alu? How you doing? Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry. Mm, oh, gotta order something. I kind of want some juice right now. Some thick juice. A smoothie. What do I say? Thick juice. That sounded so bad. I'm so sorry. I was talking about smoothie. That sounded so wrong. Holy shit.
Putang ina!
Oh!
Si Optimum Pride! Fucking inang yan, Optimum Pride!
Lucas with a gifted sub to Alu Post. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. And Alu, enjoy the sub emotes. Thank you, appreciate it. Raddtrap page in the chat for Lucas for being so nice. Thank you. Thick juice. Oh my god. Alright, chat. My Twitch is broken. I need to refresh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Refresh it, man. Optimum Radu. The juice. Oh shit. Greek. Well, Lucas speaks Greek. Wait, what was the name? What's the name of the language of Greek? Like, this is you just Latin? Latin? Wait, is Greek? This is it Latin or is that a different thing? Tend to mix it up. Greek is Greek. Greek is Greek. Nice. And it's written in Greek. Wow. Cook inspection. Oh my god. Let's see. Juice bomb. Dude, my bag is dying right now. Dude, I tried to Google, not Google. I tried to browse in my Uber for juice, and I found soju juice bars. Oh my god. What is this? Do they mix fruits with soju? Oh my god. Latin is old Roman language and also the name of European alphabet. Oh. Oh, okay, I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I'm not a linguist. Alright? Give me a break. Munruns kanrit elp. Yeah, soju juice. Ooh, they have banana naga. It's a banana and dragon fruit. Ooh. That seems nice. What the fuck? There's a juice for avocado and strawberry, and they call it wife's recipe. Damn, the owners gets a little bit personal. It's like, my wife made this recipe. She put avocado and she put strawberry. Oh my god, it changed my life. I never had strawberry with avocado as a juice. That seems interesting. Daddy ratty dummy mummy. Jigs, banana and dragon fruit is good. You won't taste the banana as much. Trust me. It's it's good. Waifu juice? No, wife's juice. Wife's recipe. That seems nice actually. Let me give it a try. Wait, banana strawberry? Wait, that's two of my favorite things. Yo, I'm my two favorite fruits. Ooh, that seems nice. Aha, funny, won't taste the banana. But what if I want some banana? What the fuck? They have avocado with Milo?
Raddy loves bananas. Tell us something new. Astolfogasm Ratchas
Okay. Okay, that's you. Oh, they only have juice. I was kind of thinking maybe if we could get some fruit slices as well. Or fruit salad. Ooh, a fruit salad. Ooh, a fruit salad would be so nice. Ooh, could do that. Which sounds funnier if it was Duma. What is Duma? Duma? It's Vietnamese swear phrase? Ooh, what is. Wait, how do you pronounce that? I love learning swear words from different languages. I never know anything Vietnamese. Let me see. Duma Viet. Okay, I cannot really look for it exactly. Durna. Is it Durna? Duma is the name of the Russian parliament. Can translate it properly, it's motherfucker, fuck you. Well, I want to know the pronunciation though. Fit in your mouth, we'll see. Huh? 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 Duma, say it. Say you with heavy stress and with a high tone. Wait, is the pronunciation right? Duma. 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 I don't know. I don't speak Vietnamese at all, so I don't know the accent at all. That's the problem. Hold up. Let me order my fruits. Sorry. FG, I thought someone my people swear. Yeah, I like to do that. I always ask people. Like I know some from Philippine, Tagalog. Putang ina mo. Bobo. Don't say that. I'm sorry, anyone who's Philippines and with have speakers on. Oh my god. I like com. Okay, you're so dumb. Dude, it's so dumb. Why the fuck do they have so much discount on fucking fast food and like fucking fried chicken or fucking burger and shit, but they barely have any discount for like fruits. Like god why is healthy foods always more expensive in general? Fucking hate it. God damn it, man. Fucking Baskin Robbins have 40% discount. Some fucking fruit salads like fucking $1 off. Like fuck off, man. Give me discount on your mom. Lol. Lol. Holy shit, you guys. You guys getting so good lately. Oh, I could get some gado gado. But that's not fruit anymore. God damn it. It's just veggies. What are some fruits though? Ooh. Blueberry cheesecake's on discount. No, Fruit! No, rat fruit! God damn it! Stop offering me cheesecake. God damn it. No, fruit. We're getting fruit, not cheesecake. God damn it. Oh, thank you for the daily text. Also, delivery plus platform fee, yeah. But that's why promo or discount is a big blessing, man. Bless. Omega Blast. Hey, Kuriko. Oh, I'm gonna sing along again, chat. I'm sorry. It's another jammer just passed by. Hey. Ooh. Such a good song. Akuriko. Down where the water amidst the lights of the dark, the things you just wouldn't notice. Cover of darkness on the places you walk, and flows like breath of the lotus. I've seen it myself, my friend, and if you'll believe, I swear one night I'd awoken. Oh, Julia, Julia, where were you going? The light that comes home, the light that comes home, the light that comes home, where you live. 1, 2, 3, go! Somewhere down the bank where the docks go. Por la calle que te lleva a Curicó. Down the beach where no others can find. Ni por agua, picho, coche, ni avión. And I swore that in my heart of heart, I've seen you there, I've seen you there, I've seen you at the spot where the ships done go. Akuriko. Oh, fuck, so good. Woo. And down where the moonlight wraps the tips on the leaves, the things you just wouldn't notice. Creatures of darkness haunting out by the reeds, you swear that death was upon us. It was from a half dream, those mothers and half speech that there is she spoken. Julia, Julia, I guess you need the light where you going. 'Cause somewhere down the bank where the docks go. Por la calle que te lleva a Curicó. And down the beach where no others can find. Ni por agua, piso, coche, ni avión. And I swore that in my heart of hearts, I've seen you there, I've seen you there, I've seen you at the spot where the ships done go. Mi perlina. ¿A dónde va la luz, mi perlina? ¿A dónde va la luz, mi perlina? Pa donde va la luz, mi Pelina? Oh, so good. Dude, those guitar though. Sorry, I really had to sing along that one. I really like that one. Our channel. Hold on, I haven't ordered my fruit. One sec, one sec. 49. 52. Bada bing, bada boom. Hmm. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Ordered. Right now we wait. I'm hungry, man. I need my fruits. And my fruits. And then we good. I don't know why, but lately I've been having some muscle issues. It's like a combination of fucking muscle strains and what do you call it again, Jigs? The thingy thing, the things between the muscles. Uh, oh my god, I forgot what it's called in English. That thing. Joined? Wait, people FR. No, not join. The other one, I forgot. Hello, Jenny. Oh, good night, Jenny. Way to go to sleep, I see. Tendons. Thank you. Yes. Eels. Tendons. If this still keeps going, I might have to get it checked out. I'm worried it might be something else. Because it doesn't feel normal-ish. I'm sure it'll be fine. But no, just in case. Because it's kind of weird. I don't want to make it... I don't want to... Might as well check it out before regret it later on. Because I do feel something's off. So I might as well check it out. Red caught Ligma. No! Nothing but Ligma, no! Not Ligma, please, Doc. Please. No! How would I tell my wife and my son and my grandchild that I have Ligma? No. Please, Doc, please. Leash, duck. Leash. That guy. I guess if you just have Ligma, you just die. No. No. Ligma, only cure is Sugma. No! But I don't want to go through. No. Not Sugma. No. No. Oh god, this song. Very chill, right? Oof. I sure don't know the song. Sounds nice. Oof. I really wanted to learn violin. Maybe someday if I have a soundproof apartment. Violin is so loud. There's no way I can learn violin in my apartment without getting kicked out. For sure. Especially in the learning phase. No one want to learn a violinist practice or like a beginner violin practice. It sounds like someone's choking a dead demonized duck. Like it's so fucking. Like there's no nice way of putting it. If you learn violin for the first time, like no experience stuff, sounds like you're choking a demon duck. Like literally. It will sound good once you mastered it or like at least learn to like a certain level. But at the start violin is really rough. Really, really rough. It's not like guitar. Guitar you cannot it's really hard to make guitar sounds bad. Because default strumming you already you have an E chord. Standard E. Violin holle. Holle. Change for better. Are you sure about that? I found a way to make it sound bad. If you don't put the right chord, yeah, sure. Grandma! Oh, another good song. Trare upalitan du briave lana imundra luno sofla onusiona canero isa se tu flanescio luri sina silvire. Oh my god, so good. Si para zavlu luri andrala setru. Oh shit, it's almost raining. Oh no. Driver son! Please fast, man, please fast. Come on, man, come on. It's almost raining. Tandu priave plane imundralu la onusiona canero isa se tu flanescio. Fuck summer. How hot is it for you guys right now? It seems like a lot of you guys are really having a bad time there. I feel bad. Some of you guys are hitting 40 degrees, man. Like, holy. If you don't have a fan, like a proper fan, or like a air conditioner, please do. I don't want to get a heat stroke, man. The face. Schmug. It's like exclamation 3. Nah. It's 36. Good luck, man. Good luck. Stay safe, chat. Stay safe. Okay, the driver is close. I gotta stand by now. I don't want to make him wait if it's raining. Oh my god, dude, my back! Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. I feel like I need someone to step on me. Oh, Jesus. That would be so nice. Exclamation 3? Oh, not exclamation. Colon. Colon 3. Exclamation. this. You need to do some morning stretches. No, 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 not that. This because earlier I was in that position for hours. I didn't realize it until I sit straight and I was like, oh my fucking god, my back is about to broke. Uh, I don't really do that often. And the thingy thing, the leg issue, it kind of connects to my waist. Oh, fuck. Okay, let me get my fruit and juice. Wait, I'll be right back. You guys enjoyed this song. Oh my god. Okay, have you guys heard the new Joji song? It's not really new anymore, but fuck, it's so good. Alright, go cry. Now cry! It's a sad song. Be right back. The song ends? No, I want to sing along. You okay, Mr. Streamer? I'm okay. What's up, Yua? How you doing? Well, what do you ask? Ooh. Banana and strawberry. Let's go. Okay, this is extremely ill. Oh, it's so good though. Ooh, that's a very nice chord. I'm good. Slumber soon. Good progress. Being happy few. Nice. Damn, I actually can't believe you say you haven't finished that game. It's a pretty long game, huh? Although I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, so good. What? Okay, you're going to my playlist. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, the strawberry is so fucking sour. Which is good. That means they're using the real thing. Oh, sorry. Chat abuse. Yes, indeed. Just now spent 2 hours 30 minutes, one per part of the story. One part of the story. Strawberries that don't have straws? Huh? What are you talking about? Hey, Pluto Projector. I did a cover of this song on YouTube. Woo! 70 mils projector. Okay. Do you guys have any videos that you guys want to show me? We can do a little React Andy. Because we're kind of chilling. Fuck. Oh my god, so sour. Honeymoon, say my name. I'm just a boy inside my thoughts. Then I'm meant to understand my fault. I don't think so. I don't think I meant to understand myself. Maybe you do. Maybe it's time. Maybe one day I'll do the same. Sing along if you know the song. I'll do the same. I'll do the same. I'll do the same. I'll do the same as you. I'll try to hold it up. Soon I hope, or as soon as I'm old enough. Oh, best part. Old enough to understand. You know more than anyone. And you know my bedroom needs. Such a good song. Such a good song. Okay. Break anytime. Oh my. I'm so sorry. The transition. Oh. From sad pop music to death metal. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's a good song though. Okay, okay. Alright. Wait. Hold up. Ooh. That. Oh. You cannot not headbang to this. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Uh, first a video. Oh, a first a video. Oh, what the fuck is this? Elden Ring live action trailer again? Is this one of those Elden Ring trailer that has nothing to do with the game? I bet it is. Let's check it out.
Rated M for mature.
I don't understand Bandai Namco. They make they make live action trailer for Elden Ring, but the trailer have nothing to do with the game. Maybe there's something to do with it, but it's like, I don't know, very minimum.
Rated M for mature.
Think you know strength? Think you have the endurance or the focus to conquer titans?
Endurance, strength, focus, and that's the stats in Elden Ring.
Because I do. I've done it.
Huh?
You see, power is nothing without the mind to control it. A king is not crowned without first slaying his demons. So when you fall, don't lose faith. Get back up. Be sharper than their swords and hit harder than their hammers. And may death never stop you.
Okay. I guess. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. What? Okay. Alright. Alright. Next one. Ooh. Fami.
Space shuttle Discovery still on its way to orbit.
Actually, it's up to her. We got some very sick ass slap. Then again, she's popular. Ooh. Taps. Huh? Ooh. What is that? Wait, Bachus make bass? Oh damn, it's a headless bass. Oh, that's so sexy. Thank you. Oh, nice slapping. Any slappers? Immediately remembers Davey. Slap the like button. Subscribe. Oh, is this cat? Oh, Kane Pixels. Okay. This is the continuation episode for the Backrooms. Ooh, good one, Saints. So this is... What is this uploaded? Oh, yesterday. Okay. It's called Presentation. A space perspective development.
The world around us is ever-changing. Throughout this past century, we have seen the advent of countless innovations that have completely reshaped life as we know it. But with all this growth comes a number of undesirable byproducts. Byproducts that, if left unchecked, have the potential to irreversibly scar our modern world. As human expansion is projected to increase exponentially in the coming decades, we must account for these never-before-faced challenges in ways equally never-before considered. Here at Async, we believe we have found the solution. The low proximity magnetic distortion system.
Ah, of course. Ooh, jammers. I do not want to go there. Thank you very much.
What is the low proximity magnetic distortion system? Using 32
Ah!
will be distributed across all points, allowing for cargo and personnel to seamlessly pass through their designated threshold.
Why does that scared me? God damn it.
While our current threshold is limited in scale, future models will be able to span entire rooms, allowing for the transfer of larger vessels and equipment.
Oh. The company trying to make work that the backroom has a teleportation device. Or rather, not teleportation, like a invisible stock. The storage system. Okay, that's just wrong. Okay, man. Alright, dude, calm down. Okay, dude, alright. Okay, every graph ever, basically. I mean, it's not wrong. The backroom is infinite space, basically. Do you guys want to go to the backroom, chat? It's free. Imagine renting the backrooms for your waifu pillows and the entities steal them. True. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Whoa. Got like tram. That's sick. Whoa! You can live in the... What? Okay. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that nice? This ad is making me want to buy a house inside the room, in the back room. Wow. Probably because the pillow... What? The backrooms looks like IKEA. IKEA, there's actually a creepypasta or SCP based on IKEA as well. Basically similar to the backrooms. Basically, the SCP is like literally IKEA, but if you stay in IKEA for the night, or if you get lost in IKEA, you get lost in IKEA forever. So you have to live in IKEA, like alternate dimension IKEA. Pretty much like the backrooms, but it's filled with furnitures. I forgot what's the number for that SCP, but it's actually a legit SCP. An SCP of an alternate dimension IKEA. That CEO never came back. Being Sweden is a horror game by default. What do you mean? Isn't Sweden nice? I actually have no idea. Look at Forsen. Such a well-managed, high-maintenance person. And here's a Sweden. Here's a Swedish. What's happening? Why is there no one in the room?
Commercialization could have been expedited. Well, I'm glad you think of it. As a matter of fact, if you look to laws for page, technical technologies in the world by failure to recognize
That's such a waste of space.
having a system of declassification of certain elements, having the industry be with us at that point. Sorry, just
Oh.
over here. Sir, please take a look at
What's
this.
that?
If you could all just excuse me for one moment. My apologies.
Monka Giga? Chat? Chat? What's going on? That explains nothing. What? What? Another cliffhanger? Are you kidding me? Okay, we have to wait for another weeks till Kane releases another one. Good one though. Actually interesting. It gets more and more interesting over time. I like it.
Normally when I'm filming somewhere like this,
Oh, sorry. This is Tom Scott new video. This is called "This Clock Was Famous, but the internet ruined it."
Normally when I'm filming somewhere like this, I try and set the camera so it's got that kind of professional depth of field. You know the shot. Everything in the background is blurred, but there's a windmill back there, and I really want that in focus. I had to throw out nearly all my script for this video. Normally, when I go and film somewhere, I try and write everything in advance. I research things in detail before I get there. When I arrive somewhere, there should be no surprises. But I knew, even as I set up for filming on the roof of Royal Flora Holland, that perhaps this video wasn't going to go to plan. Good morning, it's just after sunrise here in Aalsmeer in the Netherlands. This is one of the largest commercial buildings in the world, and today, just like every weekday, millions of fresh flowers are being bought and sold inside.
Ooh, I love
Sort
flowers.
of. This market has existed in some form for 100 years, and recently there have been some changes. Because here's how the story's supposed to go. The auction room will be full of buyers, frantically pushing buttons to bid as cart after cart after cart after cart after cart of fresh flowers are paraded in front of them in a massive, perfectly timed logistics operation. But I'm not sure that happens anymore. All the English language sources I found are out of date because things are changing at the Dutch flower market. It turns out a lot of the Dutch language sources are out of date too. The truth is that a famous decades-old tradition has ended, in the same way that video rental stores gave way to streaming. A thing that tourists came to see and that a lot of people think still happens is no more. So I'm going to update the English-speaking world. The famous Dutch flower auction clock is no more. But the flower market that it was once part of is still there, and it runs on an almost incomprehensible scale.
Dit gebouw is ongeveer 800 bij 500 meter en we maken altijd de vergelijking met Vaticaanstad. Vaticaanstad past op het vloeroppervlak van onze vijver.
What?
En als je het hele gebied hieromheen, waar ook de kopers zijn gevestigd, dan zijn we ongeveer zo groot als Monaco. Onze coöperatie is ontstaan uit een fusie van een heleboel andere veilingen. En daarmee zijn we de grootste van de wereld met een omzet van 5,6 miljard euro afgelopen jaar. We zijn een coöperatie van kwekers. Wij proberen een optimale prijs voor hun producten te realiseren tegen zo laag mogelijke kosten. Dat is allemaal gestandaardiseerd,
$5.6 billion
annual
kan
gebeuren.
revenue.
En daar zijn we heel succesvol in.
Efficiency.
From selling
we'll come back to that
flowers.
shortly. I often complain that the camera doesn't capture the scale of something that I visit, but in this case it's not just the camera, it's that there are no good sight lines anywhere in that warehouse. It's next to the airport, so I can't get drone shots, and it's not that tall, so there's no one point where you can overlook the whole thing. Look, it's so big that the employees sometimes use bikes inside to get from one side to the other. It's a giant, high-speed, hyper-optimized clearinghouse. Growers deliver flowers in the early morning, and by lunchtime they're sold and on their way to buyers, either via the warehouses next door or in trucks that ship them onwards.
Royal Flora Holland heeft ongeveer 40% van de wereldwijde export in bloemen en planten. Dat betekent niet dat we een marktaandeel hebben van 40% van de totale wereldmarkt. Want landen produceren ook voor hun eigen markt, local for local. Maar alles wat geëxporteerd wordt, ja, daar hebben we dus 40% van.
So, okay, it's a
Even the
logistics
tractor
warehouse. The scale
stuff
is
is like
impressive, but it's nothing too
traffic.
special. The famous part is how the flowers are sold there. If you've heard of a Dutch auction, this is one of those auctions. I think the biggest
Never
one
heard.
anywhere. There's lots of historical footage of the big auction clock. It used to be analog and then went digital. Hundreds of flower buyers all sat in theatre seating as racks of flowers are paraded in front of them. For each lot of flowers, the clock counts from a high price to a low price. First to press their button stops the clock and pays whatever it's showing. Press too late, someone else gets the flowers. Press too early and you've paid too much. It's an amazing system. It looks great on camera. It's been covered by loads of media over the years, and it's gone. I thought the pandemic would have caused some changes, but no, it turns out this all changed years ago. The internet enabled remote buying, so the theatre seating got emptier and emptier over the years. There's now a reputation system for the sellers, so buyers could know that the quality was as advertised without actually inspecting the flowers in person. By the mid-2010s, those racks of flowers weren't being pushed through the auction rooms, and by the end of the decade, the rooms were closed down. I got shown one of them. It looked abandoned and actually a little bit sad. The replacement is many auctioneers running many clocks over the internet all at the same time, sitting in cubicles with microphones.
Op de veilingklok staat heel veel informatie over het product. De kwaliteit van het product, de duurzaamheidscertificaten, of het A1 kwaliteit is of A2 kwaliteit is. We hebben 2500 kopers, maar die zitten natuurlijk niet allemaal op één klok, want we hebben in totaal 35 verschillende veilingklokken. De technici hebben het zo kunnen oplossen dat je geen voordeel ervan hebt of je nou hier om de hoek zit of dat je zeg maar koopt vanuit Londen.
The flower auction isn't like some old railway that gets kept alive as a tourist attraction or preserved by a group of volunteers running what's basically a reenactment society. It turns over billions of euros every year. And if tradition gets in the way of that, then tradition has to go. And I think the sources aren't up to date because this famous thing has slowly been replaced isn't a nice, friendly story. And besides that, 60% of what goes through that warehouse is sold in advance by contract now, bypassing the clocks entirely. Some of the really large buyers, like international supermarket chains, are making private arrangements with sellers who don't use the warehouse at all, because those chains are big enough that they can handle the logistics themselves, and that saves them money. The tourists do still visit. The scale there is still impressive, and I think it's still worth going to see if you've got some spare time near Amsterdam. But if you are hoping to watch the famous Dutch auction clock, well, these days it's a lesson to anyone who thinks that they won't need to change with the times. In the business world, tradition is rarely more important than money. And speaking of money, today's video is sponsored by NordVPN.
NordVPN?
Seriously, it actually is. I'm a little bit surprised too. I'm on the road a lot at the moment, and it turns out that having a magic button that tells websites and phone apps that I'm in my home country is really useful. Without a VPN, lots of sites that I'm visiting keep putting everything in Dutch and giving me prices in euros. Sometimes there's not even an option to change that. Even YouTube is sometimes like, oh, ik zal je nooit
Oh my god.
Last week, I was blocked from accessing a UK government site until I turned on the VPN. And also, when I'm researching, sometimes I find American sites that completely block me because I'm in Europe
I love
and
juice.
they can't be bothered to comply with European privacy laws. But now I can click a button and tell those sites, nope, I'm in one of 60 countries now, let me in, and it's actually properly useful too. If you want streaming services to show you content from other countries, that's an option too. Just check the service's terms and conditions first. If you go to nordvpn.com/TomScott, you'll find the best deal that they're currently offering, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee.
There you go, chat.
So
nordvpn.com.
Nothing lost. I am kind of surprised to be endorsing NordVPN this enthusiastically and saying it works for me, and I find it useful, but it is, and I do. So I'm okay with taking their money and breaking with tradition. It's nordvpn.com/TomScott.
There you go, chat. Okay. What's this? Cats. Ooh, cat frame. Okay. Wait, I like the face of the cat in this one. Very smuggy. Good cat arts. Oh, you. Very cute. Very cute. Alright, next video.
Christian, can you come and help me? Mum, I'm in the middle of a game. But then
What game callout sounds like to your parents?
pause it. I can't pause it. Christian, can you come and help me? Mum, I'm in the middle of a game. But then pause it. I can't pause it. It's online. Fine. Once you're finished, come and help me. He's pushing. He's coming. He's on me. He's literally on top of me. He's inside me.
Huh?
I finished him off. He took like 12 shots. I'm coming now. These guys are so sweaty. They're pushing from both sides. They keep hitting me from behind. I need some cover. Someone cover my back. What the? They're all just destroying me from behind. They're going to finish me off. What is happening in that game? I'm spraying everywhere. I'm finishing. Oh, that is disgusting. Finished too. These guys got clapped. Oh my lord. What is he doing in there? All right, don't move. I'm coming. I can't let someone else on me. Last guy. He's down. I'm going to finish. What game is he playing? Oh, yes. Oh, feels so good. Let's go, baby. Oh, guys, I'm just going to help my mum with something. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Hey, Mum, what did you need me to help?
Okay, go. I do also like to finish guys off in game. Next video.
We were a proud, powerful people before man stole it from us.
De-ricing. The neck.
Whoa, is that a goddamn vampire? Oh, cool, he's eating rats.
We were a proud, powerful people before
Oh, wait, that's it.
man stole it from us.
That's so good. That's actually so good. Fallout London official announcement trailer. Ooh.
Nuclear explosions are caused by weapons such as H-bombs or atom bombs.
Go, Giga.
They also make a cloud of deadly dust which falls slowly to the ground. This is what is called fallout.
The Fallen Tree presents. Ooh. Oh, this looks good. Sorry. London. Damn, the tram's still working. This is a very interesting trailer. It's basically like showcasing the design, the world design of the game. The gameplay. It's really nice. It's a really good showcase. Now, before any of you guys are about to complain about the graphic, this is Fallout 4 mod, right? Saints? So it's not current gen. This is like last gen graphic. Big Ben. This is large. It's like big and ambitious. Jesus. Is this free? Or do you have to buy the mod? Cause it's I don't know if this is free. This is holy shit. This is what London action. Okay, chicks, come on. Better than Fallout? Well, don't ask me that. Somehow they cannot monetize it? True. They have to have a Patreon for this though, right? They have to. This is way too ambitious for a free product. Like, this is just not some texture replacement, or this is an overhaul, like crazy overhaul. Like, you get a completely new area in London. What the fuck? Okay. They really gotta do that now. Oh, more gameplay! Oh shit! I thought it's done. What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, they should have some kind of monetization. It's way too much of a, you know, Fallout 4 Hope. Oh my, oh Jesus Christ! They even run a charity with this mod. What? Oh wait, this is the official Bethesda stuff. Wait, no. Oh my god, no. This is them. Wow. This is not affiliated with Bethesda. What? That's crazy. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, Bethesda. I don't understand sometimes. Todd Howard and gang really have one of the best community online on the internet with the Fallout. But Bethesda themselves fucking shit. Oh my god. Okay. Next video. When pros play Phasmophobia.
Where are you? How old are you? Are you French? That was on! Where are you? How old are you? Do you like croissants? Guys, I found the Ouija board. Which room? Upstairs, master bedroom. Upstairs? Good. Let's get something straight here, Ghost. We're not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with us. Alright, I'm in the ghost room. Are you here?
Ooh.
It's hunting.
we're good. Power's on again. We got
Okay.
fingerprints. What's that? Ghost writing. Well, it's the Poltergeist boys, and we got a new record. Woo-ha! All right, let's get out of here.
What the?
True. Phasmo.
Hey guys, I'm Leo. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did,
Phasmo professionals. They're not playing the horror game. They're playing speedrun. The way Phasmo Pro play the game is fucking weird. Fucking awesome though.
I checked my notifications and I saw like a really weird
Oh, we already seen this. Oh my god, dude. I don't want to watch this again. I don't have the energy to watch
Yeah,
this.
okay. I'm just.
Who goes?
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you guys
goes
hear it?
there?
Goes there? Bow.
Okay, sorry.
Good to see you. The name's Blythe.
Okay.
Pretty sure you knew that anyway. I'm looking for a man. Oh, you've got a tweet for me to. Okay.
Wait. Oh my god, no, wait.
I want Blythe to breed me. I want his puppies, please. I want the leash. I want the collar. I'm drooling. Woof. 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 Woof.
My face is so red. I have to. Oh my god, I can't. I need some.
Oh my fucking
God, I can't. Oh
That's great. That's great. She bored. She bored.
Oh my god, my face is so red. I can't.
Oh my god. That's so good.
Oh my
That's
god.
So good.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna start.
Wow. What can I say, Bao? I'm ready when you are.
I like how she screams and then she can settle down in 1 second. So good. Oh, wait, 1 second. Where is it?
Okay.
Who goes there?
Sorry.
Bao.
Okay, sorry.
Good to see you.
It's so good.
Bao.
Okay, sorry.
Good to see you.
I can't. The self-control is so good. I won't be able to do that, man. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Good video. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm crying. I'm actually gonna have sensory overload. What do you mean? Oh my god. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. Alright, chat. I think it's time for some gaming. Gaming! What time is this? 11:30. 30 minutes late. Okay. Let me save this. I should probably export that. Mm-hmm. Mary, what the fuck is this? Mary, what the fuck is this? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, actually. Oh my fucking god. Holy fuck. Oh my. Oh, Jesus. Ah. Good shit. Good shit. Thank you so much. What the fuck is so good? Oh my god. Da, da, da. Alright. Liorpa spin. Come. Alright. Today, we are going to play. Gonna play some games. Oh shit. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm thinking about continuing Rain World from last stream. That game was so nice. I think we could give it a try again. It's such a good game. Rain World, Rain World. I'm still also pretty curious about the continuation from last time. Oh Lord. Okay, Rain World. Oh shit. Oh shit. So if you guys weren't here from last stream, Rain World is a... How do I explain this game? Rain World is a pretty interesting game. It's a game about survival in a sci-fi world, or just a fiction world, a dystopian future. Not as human, but this cute little guys called Slug Cat. Yes, you play as a cat, alien cat. It's called Slug Cat, and the goal is to avoid those mean fuckers on the left side. Yeah. Oh my god, he can climb, I forgot. Oh, he's dead. Oh yeah, you're dead, buddy. Oh my fucking. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Oh god. Okay, this is. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, we gotta go here. I cannot. Okay. We have to eat. Hold up. Shit. Oh, I can climb. Wait, what? Nom nom nom. Yo. Okay. Oh, there we go. Hold up. Where's the game volume so low? Sometimes I cannot control it here. So I guess the goal of the game. Oh, fuck off, man. Okay. The goal here is to basically progress. I'm still not sure how the fuck they progress in this game, but you just want to progress. At least the backstory basically explains that you got separated from your family, and I guess you wanna reunite with them. And this game is basically about this little guy that's trying to reunite with his fams. Not sure how are we gonna do this, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So last time we found the... Oh wait. Why is that creatures being marked in my map? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, I want to go up. Oh, wait. Hey. Oh! Oh my god, I almost died. Oh boy, that was so scary. Okay, so I think there is no more reason to go back here till we reach further. So now we can go back. I kind of wish the volume is a little bit louder than this. Well, there we go. I need that fruits. There we go. Okay. I do sure hope so. There is no predator around. Okay, so far so good. Okay, I'm still sure those guys are not mean. I think we're good still with those. Now, this part, I think we do want to go to the left. Oh, there's a pathway upwards. We could go there. Okay. Oh, wait. Ow! The feet die so hard. Okay. I wonder if you can actually ride the mosquitoes. Maybe you could, but I'm not sure. Okay. Whoa, you look mean as fuck. Oh, he just ate the fucking bat. Okay, he's mean as fuck. Let's not fuck with that guy. Now the question is, how the fuck do I get up? Come here. It's so hard to get a hold on him. Oh, unless... Oh, no. Okay, I guess... No! That's my only spear. God damn it. Why the fuck did I do that? Oh, he's back. Come here. Come here. Hey. Let me... Why can't I hold him? What happened to the house music? The house music only plays when you hear there's those lizard guys in the same area as you. So it's more of like a marking, not a marking, a warning. Ow. Okay. Okay. Whee! Oh, it actually worked! That's actually how you do it! Whee! Hey, fly! I still need you to fly. Ah, fuck. Alright. Shit, I cannot go back anymore. I want to take that. Ah, shit. It's a one-way. Alright. Hold up. Let's go side. The white one. I'm not sure if the white one is scary or not. He kinda looks scary. I don't know if he would like eat me or not, kinda shit. That's what I'm worried about. Okay, it looks like we have to use the mosquito to get across this area. Hey, come here. Let me test ride you. shit. Let's go. Whee! Got it. Whee! Ah wee! 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 Yeah, I feel bad. So, wee! Wait. I died! It's a dead end! Are you kidding me? Alright, dude. Fair enough. At least I learned that part of the map. Oh wait, never mind. Yes, it's still safe. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. So every death. Oh, what? You died there, even though there's more below it? Well, that doesn't make sense, game. Alright, let's not fuck around with this, guys. Oh, you shit ass. Okay. We're good. Alright, food time. I like the animation, the eating animation so much. It's like you just smack his face into the berry. It's so cute. Yo, what's up, Magma? How you doing? Okay, I don't think those guys are gonna be able to help us. So just keep going. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. Kill them? No, don't kill the flies. The flies one doesn't kill you. It's a mutual beneficiano. Mutual benefici. What do you call it? In a fucking science class? Mutual benefi. Mutual. It's a mutual something. Whatever the fuck. It's mutual. Okay, so we don't want to go up. Why do we want to go up then in the first place? Oh, never mind. I see. Like a long... Huh? Okay. Oh, I see, I see. Just stop. No. This is where we died last time, right? Now my question is... Oh my fucking god. There are 3 of them? Are you fucking my fuck? How am I supposed to pass through these fucks? Wow. Alright, YOLO. Ew. Oh, I can keep this in my mouth. The fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god, go down, go down! No one makes noise. Ooh, shroom. We're good. Hi. Are we friends? Hey! Wait, they don't attack me. What? It's like a tribe people. I guess they act like I'm one of them as long as I have the spear with me. Oh shit, never mind, they're scared of me. Hey, I'm trying to be friend. Can we be friends, guys? It's okay, it's okay. I'm one of them! Alright, never mind. I got fucking headshotted. Holy. Alright. They didn't say shit, they just like, fuck you. Headshot me with a fucking steel pipe. Alright, man. Note taken. Jesus. Alright, we need to find a new base though. It's getting way too far to reach the new area. What's up, fuckface? Come up here. Oh god. Ooh! Go, 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 go. Oh my god, it's chasing. Okay, okay, we have no time to food. We have no time for food. Just run, just run. Run, 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 run. Keep running. Oh my god, it's chasing. No, please. Please, Hi, I'm your new viewer. Okay. What's up, Hadian? And Raku. What's up? How you guys doing? And Alu, welcome back. Cool AI, right? This game have a very distinct art style. I'm not too sure, but the animation looks procedurally generated. It's very appealing. And kind of cute. There's a lot of fly guys. Oh. Ah, shit. I kind of want to ride that big fly guy with a big tail. I wonder if that's possible. That would be awesome if you get a free ride. You either get a free ride or get killed by them. It's either one of those. Ooh, berry. Nom, nom, nom. Okay, what's the plan now, chat? Once we get there, do we kill them? do we also stab them? I don't want to kill them, man. I want to be friends. Like, why are they trying to kill me? I'm trying to be friendly. Oh my fucking god, not again. Hey! What the fuck? Shoo! Get the fuck out. It's my spot. Can you stop? Jesus, I'm gonna fucking kill you, man. Oh, he got bitten. Oh no. It's my chance. Oh. Let me grab you. Hiya. Ah. Hiya. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna try it. Hiya. Oh no! I feet. I failed. Oh. Hey, Nani. Nani's that. Eighth. Hold up. Help! Help! They actually can kill you. Alright. Fair enough. I mean, they do look like they're capable of doing harm. I'll give them that. Okay, now we gotta go there then. Now I need to go back there. Because it has... Oh my god. Go. Oh my god! Run. Spear. Ah! Why is there so many? Hey, get the fuck out! Oh my fuck, oh my god, oh my fuck. Why is there like 6 gajillion of them? What is going on here? Why are they all gathered in one spot? Alright, I'm gonna let him go. And then we'll jump there. I don't want to deal with this fuck. Or I can just kind of call him. Hey, fuck face. Oh, fuck. Nice throw, Rad. Nice throw. Gotta go. Gotta go. good. Oh. Hey! Oh my god, my cat. My cat is dumbass. Okay. This cat actually represents Leo very accurately so far. Like, what if Leo is a slug cat? I wish this game have a feature of customizing your own slug cat. I would make Leo, 100%. Pull. I wonder if I should go to the right side. Use the right side shelter as a base camp. But it is further though. Yeah. I just stick here and then until we find the new base camp. Booga booga bum 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 bum. Okay, so now we do want to go down there, grab the crystal real quick, and get the fuck out. I got a feeling that we do need the crystal somehow. Okay. Alright, we got the crystal. Fuck off. Alright, we have the crystal now. Now... let's see if bringing this blue crystal to the tribe people would make me one of them. Because I do see, or saw, them also making some kind of a... I don't know what you call those. Like they make some kind of a goddess statue. And it's covered, not covered, it has like some kind of a crystal. But it's white, not blue. So I wonder if they will accept this. One of us. One of us. Alright. Second try of Leo the Dumbass Slug Cat. Journey into survival in the dystopian future. Alright, let's try not to die from this, guys. This would not be funny. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, okay. Yo! No! Not again. Dude, how am I supposed to survive these? Please don't see me, please don't see me. Oh, holy fuck. Okay. I am not coming back to that. No more, please. Can you parkour over these? Oh, you can. Oh no, how much? Ooh, we don't have a lot of time. How about we go back first? We go back, get rest in this area, and then we'll come back up again. I don't want to risk it once we already have the crystal. It's so hard to get the crystal in the first place. Let's just go back and sleep. Let's not risk it. And then get Omega Lul. Oh, you fucker. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Learn how to climb next time. Ooh, interesting. Alright, we're good. Saved. We sleep for another day. Nice. Okay, it's that guy again. I wonder if I can eat or kill that guy. That would be interesting. I'm back. I was eating my cat. Abuse! Let your cat watch me too, man. What the hell? The stream is cat friendly, don't worry. Don't mess up that jump again. I'm not sure. I nailed it twice. And oh fuck! I nailed it twice, and I never get to be able to do it again. I don't know why. Oh my god! Oh my god! That was so close. Why the fuck is he there? Oh no! The berry didn't spawn. Oh, this is not good. Okay, we have to eat the berries from the other one. Actually, hold up. There's a berry here. If I remember. Yes! Yeah, I gotta eat this. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I wish this game is not limited to 60 FPS. It would look so good in 144, but I feel like it's probably because it's a physics-based game. I bet if it's more than 60 FPS, the game's gonna break. Like some of the physics of the characters gonna start getting possessed and shit like that. Alright, we gotta speedrun this. Yeah. Ooh, more berries. Oh, I got the bat. Eh, whatever. Oh! Oh my god! We got a golden flower. Let's go! Oh no, the spear's stuck. Now I don't have any spear at all. Ah, shit. Well, this is not good. Ooh, okay. Now we really have to hope that... Okay, come on. How is that not working? That's how I did the jump last time. I didn't do anything differently. How does that not work? Do I have to try a different jump? Oh, are you shitting my ass? Not enough time. Nah, I'm gonna YOLO this. Fuck it. Okay, YOLO, YOLO, go, 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 let's go. Now, how do you jump from here that always works? Cause oh wait, I'm dumb. Oh my god, wait. Of course, just do the power jump. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. No, I only jump normally. You should have power jump. Hello, I'm a big RW fan. How much have you played? How much have you played? Hold. I met the tribe people last time. Oh no. It's raining. Oh, we're too late. They're not here! Because it's raining! Oh shit! Please tell me. Please tell me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where do we go? Oh no. No! No! Ah! Fuck. No, it's a gate. Can we chill here? Is this... No! Help! Oh, we're dead, chat. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're dead. Well. So yeah, if you guys don't know, this is what happens when the day ends. Yeah. And you just died. Oh, thank God I got the golden flower. Okay, so the tribe boys just gone straight up. They just don't exist anymore. Wait, what is he pointing me to? He's pointing me to something new. Ay! Dude! Fuck off. Calm down. Oh, I just feed. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I forgot he exists! Back to day one. Oh my god. I got me. Yeah, this is my second playthrough. I'm still under 10 hours for sure. I didn't count. Oh my fucking god. Oh. It's coming. Get the fuck out. I guess we want to get there before the rain starts and actually give the crystal to the guys and see if they are interested. Huh? Why's my slug cat's dumb? Hello? Okay. Oh, I passed out. Wait, why can't I super jump anymore? Are they doing it wrong? Are you checking out the place you missed before giving a hunter a full go? What do you mean? I've discovered quite a lot, but most of them ended up stuck on the Ay, shibal. Oh, fuck. Get stuck on day 2, day 3 gates. We're gonna give meth to them. I don't know. I don't think it's meth, Raku. Many do that before Hunter. Hunter with routing helps. I honestly have no idea what you're saying. I have no clue what's going on in this game, and I think it's fine. We'll just see what's up. Ow! No, I killed his kid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! Fucking hate this game. Do I kill this kid by accident? I tried to take the berry, and one of the kids get in the way of my spear. I accidentally headshot them. Don't turn around. I'm gonna fucking headshot you, I swear to God. Go down. Dumbass. You unlock special Sluggit after beating the game. The Sluggit is Hunter. Ah. I think I'm gonna beat the game though. So no, don't worry about it. We'll see though. I'll just play however it's gonna be. And if I'm gonna miss some stuff as I became the hunter, I'll go back to it eventually. No problem. I stab your kid in the throat by mistake, man. Please forget. You beat the game? No, this is I've never seen this game before until literally 2 days ago. Well, I've seen the game, but I never played it at all. Like I've never seen the gameplay whatsoever. Like this is like pure first time. Don't know. I'm right now. I'm still figuring out how to play the game. No, I fucking didn't mean to do that. God damn it! We lost another spear. Oh wait, we can go down. We just take the spear from here. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Ho, ha. Oh, rain? No, it's so half a day. So good. Hey, stop bumping into me. Stop it up. Shoot. I bump him into the pipe. I have 400 or 500 hours if you want hints and tips or the game. It's advanced movement. It's good to figure out the most of the game though. Yeah. I'm playing to beat the game blind, and then later on, if I really do interested, you know, and I miss some interesting stuff, I will definitely come back to it. But yeah, the plan is to beat the game blind playthrough, completely new. This game is amazing, Raku, in terms of like how it works and stuff like that. It's very fascinating. That was so close. There's a little bit of RNG-ness also going on in this game. That's also a part of the fun. Like all the AI, literally, like there's no scripted event. All of the AI move and position depends on where they at. Okay, now how the fuck do we? Okay, I have no intent to harm you guys. I do have the crystal. I'm here to offer. Do you guys accept my offer? Oh, one said I'm out. Okay. It seems like they only attack if I approach them. As long as I don't get past the skeleton. Oh, maybe I should. Oh, the mosquito. Maybe I can grab a hold of those and get past them. Ooh. Okay, I tried. I don't want to kill them. Fuck. Woohoo! Hey! I try to pick up their spear. They attack back. Okay. Alright. I have no choice. I'm sorry, chat, but we are doing the plan B. And B stands for blood. Edgy. we will wage war against them. Yes. I'm sorry, I tried to be nice, but they don't want to be nice. So I will be the nice guy. Wait, I will. No, they will. I will. They will. They will. Okay. That was close. Bitch. Okay. Ay fita, not again. Can you choose which hand are you gonna throw instead of like randomly? Sometimes I randomly throw the spear instead of the crystal. Kind of annoying. Kind of want to tell a small thing with that orb item that you have, but it doesn't really matter entirely. Yeah, I mean, now we officially know that it doesn't help with the spear people, the tribe people. So right now, we'll figure out with the orb. I'll keep holding on to it because it was placed in a very specific spot where the devs literally trying to tell me that, yo, this item is important. Hold on to it. But I'm gonna try to kill the tribe people. Slugcat's right hand has priority. Pause the game at a pop-up with more control. Double tap to switch hands. Ooh. Press while holding direction, crouch, drop object. Hold the eat, swallow, tap to pick. Oh, you can swap. Oh, interesting. Thank you. I did not know that. Hey, get the fuck out. Hey. Mom, can I ride? No, okay. I wonder if I can actually ride those. Maybe I have to have 2 free hands. Oh. No! Oh, fuck off. I triggered. Oh my god! Okay, he's on the... Oi, Shibal! He is on kill mode. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Urgent. Coming through. Oh, they're fighting each other. Nice. According to plan. Ooh, what if I bring the lizard? Ay! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Ay! He stabbed me as I entered the pipe. Okay. I was actually trying to get into the bottom left small room there, and I throw the spear as they enter one by one. Because there's no way I can kill all 5 of them. Like, there's just no way. So it's awesome mechanic, I call it bellying. I did swallow the red plan. I don't know what that does. But I do have that swallowed. right now. Should we just get good? Oh my god, not again. Try on swallowing? What does it do though? Hold up, I gotta have an empty hand, right? Sorry. There it is. Oh. Ay, shibal. Oh! Oh, I can actually do that. Ay, shibal. Like, stop dying is a good start, okay. Oh shit. Gotta go fast. Hoo-yah! Yeah. I really don't want to kill them. I'm gonna be honest. From the way they act, it will almost look like they're not. There's a way for me to not be able to. There's a way for us to not kill each other. A fita. I'm back from ad. See you on swallow. Yes. Oh wait. You think I can swallow fruits? Well, that's just called eating. I'm dumb, sorry. Sorry, I can't. And I thought, oh, you can swallow the oh, you can swallow the blue pearl. Oh shit, brother. Oh my god, chat. See, I'm smart. I told you guys, it's doable. Wait a minute. Oh shit. Ayup! Okay. Alright. We live, we learn. It's a firecracker plant. Holy fuck, my heart just jumped. Ole. Wogga. That's so fucking loud. Holy shit. Wait, where did he go? Motherfucker just disappeared. Oh, I do not trust that fucker. I'm gonna go up here. Hey, fuckface, catch this. Hoya! Hoya! Ay, fitta. Oh, I killed one. Okay. One requires 2 stabs. And I can only hold 1 spear. We're learning, chat. We're learning. It's okay. Okay. We're learning. It's okay. Send the lizard. Yeah. So we're gonna have an army of lizards and us. I wonder if I can actually nail it, because it's really hard to trying to fuck around with the lizard, especially the pink and the red ones. Well, actually, I have no idea what the fuck does the red do. The green is the most basic one. They can do shit but walk. They can climb or anything. The pink one can climb. The red, I have no idea what does that one do. I have yet to encounter them face to face, and that scares me. They also have their charge, the green. What do you mean by the charge? Their charge. So God bless you all for the time you fade. Ay, fita, I didn't mean to throw that. Shit, we lost the spear. Forgot. I forgot. Galul. Well, 2 firecrackers on each hands. What's up, dumbass? He blocks the pipe way. Come on. That's so cheeky. They're usually able to slip through them. God damn it. Yeah, I forgot the green charge. I thought everyone charged it, yeah. Every lizard. What's up, fucker? Oh, fuck. Okay. They officially tattoo all of them. True. Damn, this game is hardcore. I do like, though, this aspect of learning on every death kind of thing. It does kind of remind me of Dark Souls. Maybe that's why I like it. It has a similar learning experience like Dark Souls. In terms of, like, you start to learn the game every time on every mistakes. You get better. Huh? Oops. Hi. Eat good casual. Versus the game I think closest to it. Yeah. The learning by doing shit is a very fun aspect of it. Also one of the strongest aspects of Dark Souls. Excuse me. I am here, no harm. Though the emphasis is quite different mostly. Yeah, for sure. Sperm parkour. It's a slug cat. Oh, the golden flower. It's kind of useless though since it's day one, but whatever. I'm gonna eat it anyway. Rather than missing it out. I personally had to check if what you got was from somewhere since I forgot the detail. What do you mean? Ooh, the purple. I never fought the purple. Okay, this is kind of scary. I have zero clue about anything about the purple. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. God damn it. It looks so lame. I fucking hate them when they hold down the fucking... Oh my fucking god, I hate this fucking shit. That thing! I'm curious. Okay, I'm going for him. Come here! What are you? Okay, that's not good. Motherfucker just gone? Alright. He piqued my interest. Should we just advance the days and go through the gates instead? Wait a fucking minute. No. Let's try it later. I'm so fucking done with this fuckers. Okay. Alright. This shit can go. You. Oh my god, throw the spear again, let's go. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Boom! Yeah, get fucked. Go down. What? He can escape but not me? Well, that's fucking cheeky. Haha, dumbass. I was gonna try again. Yeah, come here, bitch. Yo! Fuck you. Hi. So do you find this game via the sale or upcoming downpour? Both. The downpour DLC was in Summer Game Fest or something like that, I forgot. Or I think it was IGN. And I was like, ooh, I remember this game. I wanted to give it a try, but I never get the chance. And their edition stuff looks so fucking cute, and I was like, okay, I need to try this Slug Cats. And here we are. Playing it right now. I wonder if I can bring them a fruit and they would chill. Do I really have to kill them? Kinda don't wanna. I missed your answer. Did you want elaboration on the prior comment? What are we talking about again? I'm quite excited and likely going to look quite less at announcement. Funny enough, they announced a bunch more announcement. Really? I only know about the new Slug Cats, that's it. I did heard about the downpour, but I have no idea what it is. Ow. Hey! Stop bumping into me. Hey. Motherfucker. Oh, you fuckface. Ah! The detail I wanted to check, Downpour's another DLC was name changed since the DLC was prior was with work in progress mod. More sluggets on the desk are not part of vanilla Tim, and lots of it more becoming base. Ooh. Oh, this game have mods? Yo, I need to check that out. Hey, what's our guy pointing out towards? What's up, man? He was pointing me towards something. Hey, bye-bye. Oh shit, it's already 1 AM. Alright, couple final attempts. It's already 1. Fuck, this game is addicting. It's really hard to stop. Like, every death you always think like, I can do this next time. I can do this next time. I got this. Like, it's always like that. It's similar to Dark Souls, man. I love that feeling. Oh! Hey, thank you for a follow. Sleepy Nui Gurumi Fox. I just realized your name's nice. Nice name. We'll mention 4-player. 4-player? Ooh, that would be fun. I'm down for that. 4-player of this game? What? That sounds fun. Slugcat Battle Royale? Oh my god, that sounds chaotic. I'm down for that. These games have some very interesting combat, so it's gonna be interesting. Why do you have a combat zone? Is there a lizard? The fuck? Now you go to me plushie. I've beaten the whole game 3 times with party of 4. It is quite great. Ooh. I see, I see. Can't believe I'm actually still trying to. Ooh, not today, fucker. Hey, fita. Wait, I wanted to fucking invite them. I forgot. Hey, come here. Alright, never mind. I forget I want to invite a party of lizards. Right. That spear has been in your hair for quite a long time. Time to throw it by mistakes. Shit. Hi guys. Fuck you! I did say it. I did say I want a peace treaty, but not anymore. Fuck you. Oh my god, it's a massacre! Fuck! His friend's dead body became his mid shield. Oh, I was so close, dude! I was so close, I was so close. We were so close. We're almost there. We got it this time, for sure. This is it. Watch, watch. That's what you get for camping. Dude, I feel like that's the only way. I mean, sure, I might be able to try to like 1v5 literally, but I don't think it's worth it. Are you? Okay, he's just getting... Okay, he just ignored me. There you go on ahead. Okay. Graffiti in this game is awesome. Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, the whole art design in this game is fucking awesome. It's a pretty ambience, like atmospheric dystopian world. I really dig it. The whole theme of the game. So cool. Now 1v5, this is not my share. Okay. I'm Rad, not Shroud. I think you mixed it between the two. I just noticed your blue line circlet and blue ear. What do you mean? Whew. Oh, are you talking about the... Oh, yeah, yeah. His name is Leo. Yeesh. The... Ah! Wow. That's... That's the first time the fucking fly actually make me fall off the high place. What the fuck, this fucks. Hey! Get off me. Yeah, that's why earlier I was talking about how I wish there's a customization for your slug cat in this game, because I would be able to make this cat look like Leo, because it's already white, and I can just like paint the left ear and then a slight line. I'm pretty sure you can do it in mod. Like you can like import like your own slug cat design. That would be awesome if there's a character slug cat customization, which is just basically pixel art painting over your slug cats. Bro, this game I'm not missing out on this one. Oh, you are missing. Oh no, I'm dead. Never mind, I'm not dead. We're good. Wait, I wanna bait them. Fuck. Hey, come here. Pussy. Yeah, that's right. He just ignored me? Are you serious? Wow, okay. Oh, let's go! Fuck you! Ah! Dude, I got it! Fucking hell, man. I tried to jump. What happened there? Okay, what is that symbol? This little guy keeps telling me the fucking... But I already went through that area. It's just a gate. Is he trying to tell me about this? That's like day 4 if I'm not wrong. I think he wanted me to progress on day 4 to get access to that gate. I'll try to I'll attempt to actually... Fuck me. Ay, shibal. I still need to finish my attempt to finish off this whole spear peeps. Imagine being called pussy by a sperm cat. I woke and I just check you playing it and I'm already awake. This is a fucking awesome game, dude. It's so cute. I wonder if we can get a plushie of this, guys. I would want one. I bet it looks so fucking adorable. Basically look like a long ass pillow. Did you read or miss my comment? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry. There's Slugcat OCs are a common thing, even a channel for an official Discord. What? I mean, I can see that, considering the developer make the original Slugcat just like a blank canvas, basically. Oh fuck! Like a blank canvas, basically. It almost feels like he encouraged the mod, or like the community, to make their own slug cats. It's like one of those, which is cool. I like that. Intensive from the devs. I keep losing my grip. That's bad. Yeah, try to keep up with this. Ooh, it's there again. There are official plushie. One more before that. Oh my god. Devs actually know what they're doing. Of course. Firecracker time. What's up, fucker? That's right, follow me. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Come here. Yeah, follow me. I need to, both of you. Fun. Wait, there's only one. Hey, fuck, I miss. I accidentally throw the spear left side instead of right side. Oh my god, I missed that. That was such a good opportunity. Alright, actually last one. Oh. Uh-oh, that's not what I meant to kill. Well, that's unfortunate. Damn, I'm getting pro at this climbing. Look at this smooth move. Gee. Look, I got 2 berries in my hand. Nom, 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 nom. I guess paying charge some. Yeah. Hey, we both learn. That's good stuff. What? So since you mentioned it, have you beat DS1 Dark Souls? I've beat every single From Software game except Bloodborne because I don't have PlayStation 3 and 4. So yes, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Are you kidding me? Dark Souls 3. Yeah, you name it. I'm one of those guys that you call From Software fanboy. I'm a little bit too much into Dark Souls or anything From Software related. That's why I was really fascinated by this game. Bloodborne remastered, never. I know, man. I don't think it's ever gonna come, considering how shitty the engine was for Bloodborne. I think From Software is not really focusing on that. Probably in the next 10 years or so, when they stop making games, they'll be like, yes! Bloodborne, yeah, let's bring that to all platform and release it like 3 times. That's what usually old developers do with their games. When they're done developing shit, they just remaster everything. Oh, wait, I need to drag them in. Hey guys! Ah! Why did he come back? Yo, I need your help, man. Come back here. The green, the dumb one. Let's go. That one. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Alright, I am not inviting the fucking lizards anymore. They're ganking up on me. I thought he's gonna fucking kill them, man. He's focusing, both of them focusing on me. I think the AI is gonna focus on the slugcats no matter what. God damn it. My first playthrough of the DS1, I went Divine Zweihander and didn't even realize, then decided on non-kindling. I also never increased vitality, which is now a thing I do in From Software. Yeah, those things happens in Dark Souls, especially Dark Souls 1, where the tutorial was barely there. And I guess that's just the nature of the game. Like, the game just throws you in there, just like they expect you to like figure out how to fucking play the game yourself, which is part of the beauty. Not gonna lie. Why is he here? The fuck? Oh, that scared me for a second. I'm stuck. Hey, fita. I didn't like Nimusi. No, no, thank you. Oh god. What the fuck? He TP'd up there? Yeah, that's cheating, bro. I thought humanity was a limited resource for a long time. In Dark Souls 1, I'm not sure if it's limited or not, but it is extremely scarce over time. Wait, no, yeah. In Dark Souls 1 it was not, I think. The limited one, it was, I think it was in Dark Souls 2 that was limited. Because you need human effigy instead of humanity. You need human effigy, and human effigy was limited. Yeah, that was the most frustrating part about Dark Souls 2. I hated that part. Oh, he's gonna plunge into them by himself. Some good shit. Oh, you fuckface. Okay, go there, go there. What am I supposed to do? Dude, this green dumbass keeps going back and forth. Come here. Are you... Okay, bro. No. Come here. Hey. Oh my god, he's so dumb. Oh, he's scared. Oh, he's scared. Pussy. Oh, that's for scaring them. I see. Pussy 2. Alright, we got this. We got this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Come on. Come on. You guys saw me when there. Come on. Come in. Okay, just a test. Okay, you can. That's who? He's still alive? Okay, some of them takes more than one hit. The green-eyed one only need one. I shot him once and he's dead. Alright. Last one. After this, I'm done. For today. No more. Holy. It's very much not. Rat farming is quite a thing, which is quite nice, fun to me. Yeah. I think the humanity farm for me was in the graveyard. Haha, dumbass. No, it's legit the last one. No more after this. Pussy too? Why am I so dumb? Oh no. The fuck? They didn't eat the green one. Oh no. Okay. I guess the green one means stealth. I'm not sure. Wait, maybe that's a different green. Boop. Okay. Kill. Alright. Last round. This is it, chat. The moments of truth. I got an idea this time. I got a brand new idea. I'm gonna try it out right away because fuck it. Hey, can you guys not fight in the pipe, please? It's creating traffic. Hello? Congestion? Question mark? Sometimes the ping's also a little bit dumb. Oh, you are! Anyways, thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday. We are going back to this fucking game. I am not done. I'm gonna wipe out those fucking people. And I wanna, yeah. I wanna keep going. This game fascinates me, honestly. Every run, there's always something to discover. Every time you discover a new area and shit like that. It's so fun. It's so fun. The RNG is so hilarious sometimes. It's really part of the game that's really kind of, I don't know. It's just something cool for me. And yeah, if you guys want to check it out, it's currently on sale on Steam. I forget how many percent. It's like 60% or something like that, 50%. It's really cheap. It's like $5 for me. 100% worth it. if you're like, it's kind of like a very interesting AI survival kind of thing. It's just a cool game. It's a cool concept, everything like that. But yeah, check it out. Scary first time in many more. Exactly. If you stop dying, we'll have. We'll try. AI seems too difficult to interact with. It's part of the. I guess it's part of the. It kind of builds up. It kind of gives like a positive impact into the game, considering you're basically a slug cat in the wild fighting this fucking lizard with fucking big chompers. I don't know. It just kind of less expect, like they're more unexpected, and that's what makes it surprising every time. Like last one, this is the last death. The dude literally didn't even charge. I landed, happened to be close to his head, and he insta kill me. That never happened. They usually wait for a couple seconds to bite me. They're like charge their chomp. That was the first time I got killed instantly. Oh my god. Sperm cat. Okay, let's not call them sperm cat. Slug cat. Okay. And the DLC is coming soon. It's called Downpour. We saw it in the Summer Game Fest. It's pretty interesting. We'll check it out on all of them. But yeah, that's all for today, chat. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday around the same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time or 7 p.m. GMT plus 7. I won't be streaming tomorrow as usual. My day off are Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. If you want to get notified whenever I go live, make sure to follow me on Discord. I mean, join the Trap House channel Discord, because I will notify you guys over there. Or if you prefer Twitter, I'm more active over on twitter.com/raddtrap. I will notify over there as well. So either follow me on Twitter or join the Discord, and you will get notified either way. And of course, if you haven't, follow the channel, obviously, the most important thing. And yeah. Other than that, I think that's all for today. Thank you, by the way, and all. Appreciate it. Other than that, thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Take it easy. Hope you guys had a good Monday. If not, there's always tomorrow. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. Stay healthy. Drink a lot of water. Eat a lot of veggies. And fruits. Exercise. Stay healthy. So I want to see you guys on the next one. Until then, peace out. Have a good night. And bye-bye. Until then, chat, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out.